Oh, whoops. There we go. Mic check, cam check. What is up, y'all? We are here. Welcome, welcome. We are we are going to be doing well, eventually building rapid fire, but I need to get some gold because I'm broke. So we're going to farm some gold so I can actually masterwork a little bit the rapid fire items that I do have. And then we're gonna kind of go from there and I guess farm with some rapid fire as well once we have it all together and stuff. So we'll do that. But I'm going to farm for gold or farm for stuffs, I guess you could say, on Heartseeker today. So we'll do that. So you'll see me play some Heartseeker at a time for like maybe a couple hours before I actually start putting together rapid fire. So building where I broke is never. So is it bosses? Do bosses give good gold? I actually have no idea like the best activity for gold. I legit don't know. I've always assumed whispers, but like I legit don't know because I haven't actually had to try to farm for gold. So oh, that was the question. Okay, is it hordes? I guess. Well, I guess if I was gonna do hordes, I probably would have just stuck with Barrage instead of Heartseeker, just because Barrage is better AOE. I guess it's really not difficult to switch back to Barrage, but I kind of really want to play some Heartseeker. 6 to 10 million gold per run. Here's the thing: doesn't the gold opal actually do like does that actually work in Inferno Hordes? Like, what does that? What does it go like? Cause like I know it works like if you're doing like Nightmare Dungeon or just killing things out in the world, but like, what does that gold do? That gold opal do like in like let's say Cuirass Undercity or Inferno Hordes or whatever? To get gold, get your GA lucky hit chance back and sell it. I don't think I have anything good to sell, honestly. I don't have anything that's like worth anything. So I mean, with that being said, actually, before we start, a little late, but better late than never. Oh, you guys can't even see this. Can you guys see this? yo, check this out. Check this out. Oh. Magic trick. Magic trick. I disappeared. God. See me? All right. Oh. Bro, that's close. Oh, I finally ended up getting some gifts from Blizzard, so it's probably some of the gifts that you guys have seen already from other streams. Mine came in a little late there, so you guys like my magic trick? Yeah, it was good. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's see what we got here. Actually, what is in here? Is oh, okay. This is the Tree of Whisperers. This thing. Well, not I guess partially a Tree of Whisperers. Hey, wait. Actually, what is this? Huh? See off. Oh, it lights up a little bit. You guys can't tell though. It lights up a little bit. It's got a little light. Oh, wait. Okay. Or something I could probably put on the far end of my room. All right. We'll put this to the side. It's a really big box for this. Like it's like look how big this box was for like this size thing. Like and all this bubble wrap that had in it. I mean, it's a bit extreme, but it works. It works. All right, and then This one's a little heavier. This one's a um. Let's see. Oh, this is just a code or whatever. Already got one. All right, let's open the other box. And take a closer pic later and post in the Discord the first one. Okay. All right. Now this. Wait, why is it bright as if it's already on? It is on. What? Okay, now this is actually quite cool. I can get this out the box. Hold up. Got this one tightly packed in here, whereas the other one is like a ginormous empty space. Okay. So, Diablo Vessel of Hatred. Got a pretty neat box. See, come of my child. Come child of my child. Now I'll give you violence you long for. And open the lid. So that's actually kind of cool. And I assume this is looks like the Soul Stone, I believe. It's a very nice box. Holy. Wait. Yeah, it's like, so it's a Soul Stone, but like it. Okay, so the way they have it illuminated is like this, right? So like I know like on the camera, if I turn it like this, it's like really hard to kind of see the light, but yeah, so it's like illuminated there. But if you take off the stone, like the backlight, it's like by itself. And then you just kind of have just the stone itself, right? So you have the stone itself, but if you keep it in the box, it illuminates a bit and is actually kind of cool looking. So it's almost like you want to kind of keep on a shelf like this. I wonder how long has this light been on? Because like, I mean, like I said, it took a while for this to reach me. So I wonder how long this light has been on in this box. Yeah, like, and actually, how do I turn that off? Huh. Okay, there's like a little back plate, I think. I kind of can't take that off. No, you can't. Well, I guess you can if I forced it off, but let's see. I don't want to kill the batteries. However, this thing runs. Anyhow, cool nonetheless. Oh, I guess I could take off the. Okay, I see. All right, so there's like an off switch, like a switch right here. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's like a little battery pack switch I could put here. But I have to get the little piece out to be able to grease it. So they shipped it with the switch on, which I guess is smart because then it makes it look really cool when you get it. Like, hey, it's like lighting up. There we go. Got this off. And let's turn that off. Kind of cool. Not gonna lie, that is neat. All right, let's put this back in the box where it belongs. I seem to have gotten my soul stone. Guess I'm truly ready for the expansion now. But yeah, I would say like S+ for the packaging of this thing, man. Like, let's see if I can get this back in the box still now. Really cool. And of course, there's like instructions of when I'm supposed to be able to talk about it. But I think since this kind of came a little late, I'm not under any NDA anymore with the statement. In fact, this is dated back September 23rd, so I was like, you know, like okay. But yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. So that I'm supposed to at least hold on. Let me see. I'm supposed to mention that. Yes, was it thanks to Blizzard for the cool stuff. Thanks to Blizzard for covering travel expenses. I guess this has nothing to do with this. Just the Soulstone travel to me. I didn't travel to Blizzard for it, but okay. And then all the above fold. Let's see, streaming is sponsored by Blizzard. Okay, I don't think I have to do that anymore. Thanks to Blizzard for providing me such a copy of the game. I think you guys are kind of already knew that. Anyhow, but yeah, this is neat. This is cool. The first package is to stand for. Oh, is it really? Oh, well, I guess that makes sense now because it has a light too. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry. Yeah, that does make sense. I thought it was like maybe half a tree or whispers or whatever, but now that I put the Soulstone in it, yeah, I guess now that makes sense. Hold on, let me to do it now. It doesn't really have a snug fit though. It's kind of like, let's see, then turn the light on. Hey, look at that. Yeah, but the blue is like a little bluish green-ish, so it's like getting chroma keyed out a little bit. But yeah. Cool. I wonder if I can bend the oh, there we go. All right, now okay, now I got it. Okay, that's a more snug fit. There we go. It's not like wobbling as much anymore. I did it. All right. Cool. This is really cool. Too bad I don't really like have like, because I do stream with like a green screen and a video background. It's kind of hard to kind of place this in the back where you guys can see it all the time. But I can always make reference to it or whatever. It can be on my desk somewhere. Remind me, hey, I have a Soulstone. Let's turn the light off. Burn the batteries. Let's see. Yep. All right, and that is my gifts from Blizzard. One of the perks from, I guess, being a Diablo partner, and also why you don't see me, you know, doing exploits in the game, because you know that's kind of one of the things that we're not supposed to do as a Diablo partner. That's why you will not see me do the Inferno Hordes exploit thing, just because you know I'm well aware of what it is and I know how to replicate it, and I'm just not gonna do that. I saw Rob when he first did his. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so you actually got it. So you got it. So you knew ahead of time. You were just watching me struggle. You were laughing in the background, like, bro, he's not gonna figure this out. He's not gonna figure this out. Is there a word when they'll fix it? I think patch 2.0.3 is going to is going to address a lot of bug stuff in the game. So I won't necessarily say it will address a lot of bug character stuff, like bug build things, but it will address a lot of buggy interactions in the game itself. So a lot of things that, like, you know, either don't work or is supposed to work, like the whole tribute stuff and whatnot, like all that will, like, there's a big sweeping patch addressing a lot of stuff coming this week of that nature. That's the funny thing that happened yesterday. What was the funny thing that happened yesterday? C6, what's going on? Paul George already hurt. Oh no. 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 No way. I mean, I'm not, it's not funny, but it's, I mean, wow. Okay. So, what was how long, but I mean, like, how long is he out for? Speaking of which, what is selling right now? I don't really have anything that's like worth anything, but what is selling? What do people want? Actually, this is pretty good. Like the stopgap Yin's blessing. It's got the GAs and like the right parts. It's the fit GA lucky hit is selling. Yeah, I don't know. I've been giving away mine, so I guess maybe I don't think I have any other good ones. Brandon Williams, what's up on YouTube? Check my YouTube channel. I have 2 videos of 2 different builds up there. You might like one or the other. What is a BLT? Like, 'cause I keep thinking BLT as in like bacon, lettuce, tomato, like a BLT sandwich. And so when people say BLT, I'm like, what the hell is a BLT? I'm not thinking. What? Banish. People say like, bro, people selling BLT sandwiches in D4. I want one. What they going for right now? Nah, I probably should have kept some banished lords talismans though. I think I had some pretty decent ones, but I guess didn't know at the time. All right, well, it looks like I'm gonna be broke for a while because I don't have anything good to sell that people actually want. So I guess I know what to look for now. Yeah, I mean, I ain't got nothing. And considering that rogue is not a popular class, that also doesn't help either, right? Because it's like, well, who really wants rogue stuff at the moment? Other than like, I think what Fist of Fate is probably the only like real thing people are actually looking after. There are rogues in this game, so legend has it that actually I can't even make it up. Now that they're just not. Nah, they don't exist. Not really. Some people accidentally made a rogue, and then some people only have rogues in their client, and I fall into the second category. So when I do Dance of Knives, it'll be later. I think I want to make sure that I get the stuff that I am responsible for first done. So like anytime I write any guys on Maxroll, I always I always take care of that first. I always take care of the audience first, the people who read the guides and stuff. Like they are first priority. So I do those builds first, and then when I'm done with that, I go back and I do other off meta stuff or whatnot. Oh, I have a Paragon point. So put it there. It's because Doombringer good for any builds. Overpower Flurry build, but that's like that it's unreasonably difficult to build. But if you want the challenge, that Doombringer would be something you would want. Okay, I also need some of the masterworking materials too, so we'll do a little bit of that. Hey, tribute refinement. There we go. There's runes. There's summoning items. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? That's not what I want. It's my opals. Speaking of which, let me not do crossplay. Why does this never save, by the way? Like the whole error notifications thing. Like, yeah, you have to like redo it every time you log in. Will I turn it off? Is it better for lag? Yes, considerably better. It doesn't prevent it all, but it means that like you'll be playing with significantly less people because you will only play with people who have that setting turned off and only on PC. Do you have any more GA face-to-face to give away? I mean, I do. I mean, it's just like, I mean, this is it. It's not great by any means, and that critical strike chance is low. And the unique FX is mid, but like I keep that for someone who just doesn't have it at all, period. So like that's still way better than not having one. Okay, so actually before I fight that thing, can I get a quick whisper? No, the boss thing is not there. I guess I could slay the Blood Maiden real quick. Nah, let's not do that. Let's just go straight here. Question for you: is there any use for a 4GA Wind Force? Nope. Peach just said it right. Less Spiritborn players. Yep, exactly. That's exactly what that is. Shit, are there any whispers in here? No, it's just literally just waiting for the realm walker. Okay. You know what I haven't done in a while? I haven't actually like done any bartering in the recent. I'm already out of resources. J-Rockets, what's going on? Death trap people. What helps with energy regain or regain a Heartseeker? Are you missing something? Innovation ranks on jury, tempers. It's probably the most important thing. And of course, a decent Fist of Fate helps a ton. Snakes are the worst enemies in the game. Yeah, they suck. I'm in Rapid Fire right now. I have a Starless Skies. Would I use that with Rapid Fire? Depends on the version of Rapid Fire you're going with. If you're going with like a more unconditional like poison setup, in which poison imbuement isn't dealing any damage, but just to keep your other buffs up, then yeah, you will want Starless Skies. If you're doing a cold setup, that's a toss-up. It just really depends on whether or not you're gonna do double imbuement, so you can actually have enough imbuement cast to keep imbued. So it's not a straight answer, honestly. For most people, I would say don't do Starless Skies because keeping up Starless Skies on Rapid Fire is actually not easy to do. And then you really won't have enough temper charges or enough imbuement charges to really make that work for you. I would say that that's like more for like an in-game push thing, more so than anything else when you're always attacking. So I would certainly save it. Like I would save it for Rapid Fire, but I don't know whether or not you want to use it is going to be kind of up to you. So I saw like a really big thread on Reddit earlier today. Does anybody know what the guy was talking about in terms of the ancestral thing? like ancestral roll versus normal roll for aspects or whatever, and like if you get like a 16 out of 21 on a ancestral, like you end up breaking that aspect or something. Because Blizzard actually was I heard like Blizzard was gonna respond not to that, but like make a mention about it, but I didn't fully understand what he was saying. Okay. All right. That makes a lot more sense, Decoy. Thank you. Endeavor, what's going on? I don't think I popped the whatchamacallit, did I? I feel like I'm missing a multiplier somewhere. When am I making Spiritborn? No time soon. As in, like, we're talking about like maybe like I said maybe like a month from now, or I guess about 3 weeks from now. I got a lot of other things to do before then. Before I get around the Spiritborn. You've been farming so much you haven't been able to snag a decent GA Fist of Fate. Using a normal 290 with 69% lucky hit chance. Oh, that's the one that you were telling me about yesterday, Eric, right? You was asking me which one was better, etc. But yeah, in terms of like the ancestral items, like version of an aspect or whatever, I think what would help a ton for me, honestly, is if I had better Moonrise and better adaptability for the Heartseeker setup or whatever. Because like that's a lot. That's a pretty massive chunk of a multiplier missing on both of those items because I don't have Maxrolls on them. I mean, like. Which should actually make the setup feel a lot more consistent. Outside of victimized bursts or whatever. I'm also pretty low on wait a minute. Did I even do this? I did not. I'm going cold again. Well, yeah, because I want to. I mean, there's no rhyme. Just reasons. Also, it's also the one that I have built on Maxroll, so I kind of want to play the one that's on Maxroll, and then make adjustments from there. I'm not doing any pushing, so like. This is strictly for everything else but that. I prefer Rapid Fire or Barrage. I mean, I don't know yet. I would actually, my preference really honestly is probably Heartseeker over everything, but Rapid Fire has kind of been like been a staple of mine that I've played ever since preseason. So I do play it every season, but I guess ever since the whole, I don't know why I took the Conway Pylon, by the way, that was bad. But ever since they introduced the Scoundrel's Kiss, my fun factor on rapid fire has been like diminished a bit. Just because I just don't like the lob. I don't. I won't say it killed it for me, but it definitely made me less interested in rapid fire in general. Oh, I already did this already. Okay. To the point where I barely played any rapid fire in season 4. I did play some, definitely a bit in season 5, but season 4 I almost entirely just didn't bother with rapid fire because I was like that mad about it. Die, bro. Just because you click poison and view it doesn't mean you don't hit hard. Who said that? Who said that poison and view doesn't hit hard? Yeah, enjoying the barrage setup. I was on a barrage, but your Paragon was much cleaner than mine. Helped a lot. Yeah, well, you're welcome. Glad you're enjoying it. It seems like you have an aversion to poison abuse than anything. It's not that. I'll repeat what I said earlier. Generally speaking, when I play builds at the beginning of the season, I play builds that I write on Maxroll first, because if people are going to sit there and ask my opinion on a build that is on Maxroll, I want to at least have played the build that I've written to be able to have an accurate point of view of said build. I played Heartseeker. I played Barrage. I can tell you both. I can tell you how they perform. I can tell you why they're good. I can tell you what the weaknesses are. I can make any adjustments. So right now, next thing to do is to play the rapid fire build. What is the rapid fire build on Maxroll? It is cold. Why is it cold? Because it is much easier for people to understand why cold imbuement works. And like 99.9% of people are not going to be pushing. Therefore, it kind of makes a little bit more sense to do cold. And Woody kind of stress that point to me when I tried to steer away from it last season a little bit. It was like it's just much easier for people to follow a cold variant. Now, eventually, I will do a poison unconventional variant that's heavily inspired by Crafty, of course, and I'll give him credit for that. But I think if we're talking about the primary player base, then it's critical that they watch me play the build that is written on Maxroll, which is right now cold. That's why. So I totally understand what you're saying, but I kind of have a duty first, and I want to make sure that I do that duty first. Then, if I want to, branch out and edge out and do other stuff, sure. But it's not because I'm being stubborn. It's more because I have a responsibility to fill first. Let's see. I really don't want to do that. H Crip, what's going on, man? Jay got my double hernia repaired today. How you feeling, man? I know that's got to be rough. You just be resting, man. Like, are you laying down? Like, are you watching via mobile? Because you shouldn't be sitting. So I'm hoping that you're watching mobile. It took me I heard it say, bro, don't push yourself, man. Do not push yourself. Please rest up, man. Please rest up. What's it gonna do? Oh yeah. grab some whispers. How's Rapid Fire build treating me? I don't know. Haven't built it yet. Title says I'm building. So, not quite there yet. You got your Tyrion's Might today? Congrats, man. That's gotta feel good. We did the Dance of Knives build on Maxroll. Maybe likes to play with all the new toys, so he legit called for that the moment that the new skill was introduced. Oh crap! I don't have enough hearts. And it's like nobody in my whole tab, which is what I want, but I guess probably bad for right now. Yeah. Mippy's doing Dance of Knives on Maxroll. Unless it's like a new like range toy or something like that, like Cluster Arrows come back or something. Mippy can have dibs on all the new stuff. It doesn't bother me. Let me see if anyone's around the area. It's actually really nice to see an empty Helltide though. Do I have to do Torment 4 to get Uber Uniques? No. You can actually do them on Torment 1 if you want. I mean, you can get everything in the game in Torment 1. I got a message. Hold up. Need chakrams or bowlers? Yeah. If chakrams or bowlers or anything like that ever come to like, you know, Rogue, then of course I'll be covering that. Me and Mippy may have to wrestle for that, but I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna find some way to win. Yeah. Shoots, I would save that until after the patch. That's been kind of buggy. I would not run those right now. Jeez. You still can't get your Tyrio to drop? It's RNG. It sucks sometimes. So all I'm gonna say is I hope you build when to put it up. I mean, honestly, I don't really. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really have much of a desire to actually make a Dance of Knives build, to be honest. But I do plan on like playing it at some point, before I move over to Spiritborn later. He got this, and now you got dibs on what's next. You mean like next expansion? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm happy covering the things that I like to play. So like, I'm not looking for like the next hype or, you know, sales or anything. I know like new skills or covering new skills really help with content creation because it's like everyone's interested in what a new skill can do. So there's always like massive hype in being able to cover something brand new. but I didn't like, I didn't wrestle Mippy for it. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I didn't wrestle Mippy for it or anything. I was just like, yeah, you can have it. $21 mythic so far, and Dodge Tyrio about to just buy the Lith runes. Do I know if they're fixing aspects later this week? They know about it. I don't know if. I assume they're going to address that this week, and probably the big patch coming out. But I mean, I don't know 100%, but I assume that they will. You feel like I would hate Dance of Knives? I played it before. Like, I think people don't realize that I actually played the review copy of the game. So I've played Dance of Knives before. I'm not new to it. It's not like I don't understand the mechanics or don't know anything about the skill. I didn't, announce that I played Dance of Knives on the review copy of the game, but I mean, I figured that was given when people knew that I did play that part, or I was one of the few people who did get a chance to play the review copy of the game. So I mean, I played it, and it's a lot of what I expected it to be. Yeah, I know all about it, and the whole turning thing is exactly what the problem that POJ Monk had. And D3, as well as initially God 6 had that same problem as well, losing stacks, sharp turns, which is kind of somewhat hilarious that somehow ended up creeping up in D4. Like, I figured since that has been fixed, or they have found a fix for that in D3, how did we not see that ahead of time and not make that a problem in D4 is actually quite baffling to me. If you're winning my highest expectations and you're disappointed about Dance of Knives, yeah, I mean, I can understand that. Kind of feel bad for maybe on that aspect, because it's obviously not his fault. It is unfortunate though, like when you kind of initially, when you I won't say make the choice, but I mean you build a build around what you believe is going to be available, like all bugs and everything, and then that kind of gets taken away, like on the first patch that wasn't mentioned, then obviously that kind of screws with everything that you have built the particular build around. So, and obviously in Mippy's defense, he didn't know. None of us knew, but I did suspect that they would fix those things, just not that early, right? So at least the assumption was Dance of Knives was going to be in a very strong state, at least for maybe half of season 6 or whatever, before they actually fix the bugs or whatever. And that just didn't happen that way. Mind you invite me to what? Get Hunger Durios. Sure, I guess. I guess I'm. Yeah, it's fine. Hey, wait a minute. What happened to what happened to my heart? I put in a heart earlier. What happened to it? I didn't leave the area, did I? That's so lame. I farmed for 1 heart, and it's gone. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do. I guess I'll do some duo runs. It's fine. Yeah, invite. I think you invite me for some reason. Probably because our crossplay settings are different. Do you have crossplay turned on? Heartseeker easy to build this season? Yeah, it's relatively easy. I actually was able to get the pieces for that before I got rapid fire. All right. I'm gonna have to log out and like turn off my crossplay settings just to be able to do it with you. But give me 5 minutes because I'm gonna get this whisper real quick and then I'll do it. If it's because Dance of Knives was too close to Spiritborn, so they nerf it. Even the bug Dance of Knives was nowhere close to Spiritborn. Like people don't realize how much stronger Spiritborn actually is than any other class in the game. Like the old Dance of Knives would, yeah. It would be nowhere near close to being able to clear 150. Like not even close. You'll be able to do 100 with it, but that's still with like really good gear. So you're still like, you know, almost 1,000x damage out from from Spiritborn. So that was not the case. That was not why Blizzard decided to axe it. Spiritborn is giving Barb a break. I mean, I don't think I've seen a single Barber outside of Snail, I think. And Beat Dropper, I think. Dalcora plays Barb. Like he's playing Barb, right? Like he's playing Barb this season. Rob May won the day. I guess since he did get his 150 on Spiritborn, he's probably finished. He doesn't have anything else to do. I don't think I got anything good. All right, Pot GG, give me a sec. Yeah, y'all gotta get on this whole like no cross network thing if you're playing on PC. Just saying, it's so much better. It's probably a stupid question, but how do I have the permanent artillery strong effect? The Tyrio's Might unique affix or whatever. It doesn't do anything. It literally is just visual. It doesn't do any damage at all. So you're totally not missing anything. And like I have some new superpower or cool superpower that like you don't have that's making me do things you can't do. With those, it's nothing like that at all. I mean, it looks kind of cool. I'll say that, but that's about it. Discord, nah, I can't, man. I'm streaming. Like, and I don't think I really need to be in the chat. If the idea is just to, you know, kill. Nah, I appreciate it, but no, we're good. Streamer server gives extra projectiles. Duh. Yeah. See, there you go. You get it. Will I be making the rapid fire build video guide? Yes, I will. What is Dalcora doing? Is he doing weapon throw? Okay. How's that look anyway? I have yet to see like a barb do it, so I don't know how that actually looks. Did I already run a rapid fire? No. The stream title says building rapid fire road. So I'm actually was supposed to be farming some gold, but I got invited into a boss rota party, so I guess I'll do a little bit of this while getting some gold from doing this. Just I guess the gold isn't terrible from doing these. Also, I might be able to get like a really good banish to be able to sell for gold. So I'm like, you know what? This actually could be a win-win here. Also, I bet a cow the nameless would actually be pretty nice too. Endeavor said, man, I really picture your stream. We'll talk later, man. And you're doing all right down there. Like after the whole 2 hurricanes down there. I know you keep saying everything is fine, but it's like it's just like I hear so much bad things, and I'm just wondering like if you're really okay down there. You're just like, nope. Like you say, yep, I'm fine. I'm playing New World. I'm like, oh, okay. Glad to hear. But it's just like, you know. Actually, this is pretty decent for gold. Actually, I'm getting like a little over 1 million per run. I do have the actually I probably should do the gold opal as well. I don't think that really helps, right? Because I'm only killing 1 mob, so it's not like I'm dropping extra gold. I don't know. I find a 2 GA banish with max life and core skills. Okay. I got you, sir. Okay. All right, CH. Bet. Part of my fence is missing. That's it. That's it. It's just. Oh man. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you're doing well, man. I'm glad you're doing okay. Are you playing the game, by the way? Are you playing D4 or no? By the way, Endeavor 1906 is like my brother in real life. So I'm not like a streaming brother or a you know, like a guy that like, you know, close friend, brother type thing, but like my actual like in blood brother. He's my new world brother. Yeah, there you go. You nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it, sir.
I'll keep my forge hot.
Is mythic crafting severely harder now with the runes? It kind of is, honestly. It really is. They actually made it harder for you to target your mythic unique versus what it was last season. But they made it easier for you to craft a random mythic, but harder to get the one that you actually want. He said no, didn't get the expansion yet. And if you're not gonna play a new world update, okay, cool, cool. Shiny Beast with the Prime, appreciate you. Some rune you can't find one of, yet alone 6. I know. I know, trust. Too many games to play this month. There's I would say the past 2 years, man, there's actually been a lot of bangers for games. Like in the gaming industry, like the past 2 years have been good. So like, yeah, I still got a whole backlog of games I kind of want to play that I just haven't because, well, you know, there's just no time. And it's funny because it's like, it just happened to be when Diablo 4 decided to actually want to get good, right? Like it's like, okay, you know, we've been kind of, you know, been pretty mediocre for a while, or even downright bad in some seasons. And then like all of a sudden, when there's like good stuff to play, it's like, dang, you know, we're gonna bust out the season 4. We're gonna reinvent the game. We're gonna just all redo all itemization. Season 5 comes out, it's a banger. Expansion drops, you know, expansion's good, and it's like, well, damn, like, you know, like I was hoping for some, you know, play a little bit and then get some downtime for some other games. I mean, I'm not complaining, but at the same time, I am complaining. It's just like, you know what I mean? Look at Madden's ring he has equipped. Oh. Wow, okay. I mean, the legendary one? I mean, that one's pretty good too as well. Okay, well that's even better. Yeah, too bad he doesn't have like a full aspect Moonrise though, but hey, this is actually pretty decent for gold, man. It is full aspect. But it would be 100 if it was full, but like it's full for like a non-ancient, right? Or non-ancestral. I keep saying non-ancient. Freaking D3. Nothing good here. Actually, I do like those God Slayers though. I'll hold on to that. Are we selling? Okay. He's waiting for Max to finish it out. Okay, fair. I've reached Paragon 80. If I had the chance to be 300. If I continue, would I have a chance to be 300? I mean, that's a very broad question. Like, when you say continue, like, are you planning on playing, like, I mean, I'll put it this way. I use this a lot, but I'm going to say it again. 99.9999% of players will not reach Paragon 300. Why? Because 99.9999% of players will not play long enough to reach that. So I think you will probably be in that crowd. Statistically, you will probably end up in that crowd. Nothing you did wrong. You just, I doubt you're gonna sit there and like grind XP 8 hours a day. But you don't need to reach Paragon 300. Like there is, like once you're like Paragon 220, 230, you're gonna be able to grab most of the important things you want anyway on the Paragon board, and everything else past that point is just kind of like fluff. Like you don't need most of the other stuff to do most of the content you want to do in the game. Like you'll be able to do Dark Citadel just fine. You'll be able to do Kiras just fine. You'll be able to do anything you want in the game just fine. Like anything that has any sort of tangible benefit, you'll be able to do without 300 Paragon. You do realize there are casuals who are completionists, right? Yeah, but like, I mean, Paragon was practically infinite in Diablo 3, right? Yeah, and I've heard less of issues of people wanting to cap Paragon then. That this isn't, it wasn't D3. Yeah, but I mean, completionists existed then, right? Like, it's not like completionists just started when D4 hit. I mean, I understand the I understand the sentiment, but it's like it's hard to complain about not having anything to grind for, and then when you have something to grind for, people are upset that you have to grind for it. Like, there has to be some sort of like something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there's nobody complaining about nothing being the grind. So why do you say it's part of the problem then? So I guess let me ask you this then. Then what is the problem then? They increased the grind. They changed the game they were sold. They changed the expansion. How did they misrepresent what the expansion was about? They actually stated, they were pretty clear. They changed the game with the expansion. Well, yeah, that's what happens with every game. I'd be very upset if they didn't change the game with any expansion. Isn't that what expansions are supposed to do? It's a completely different pace. No, not the pace of the game. Are you sure about that? Because there's very few games I ever played that had an expansion that didn't drastically change the original of the game. In fact, also all Diablo games have been like that. All Diablo games have been like that. Like Diablo 2 was like that was that way. Diablo 3 definitely was that way. Diablo 4 is that way. Doesn't seem like that's a new thing that they just started. And I mean, honestly, it's easier to get to 60 now than it was to get to 100 at the launch of the game. So it's actually easier to get your gear, easier to get to the things you want to get to in the current than it ever was. So if we're talking about pacing, the pacing is actually easier for the important things. So I don't understand. The game is easier now than it ever was. Is that the problem? We're gaining things that we weren't able to gain before. Like mythics were way harder to get at the launch of the game, right? Getting to level 100 or max level was harder than it is now, which max level is technically 60, right? I don't know. I don't know if I can agree with that, Riptide. It's all wrong. Okay. So you're saying that mythic uniques were easier to get at launch than it is now? I would love to hear someone agree with that. Well, you said they changed the game. Like you said, they changed the game a lot. I'm saying, when the game launched versus the expansion, the game is drastically different, right? You said they took a major step back from season 4 to season 5. Okay, I didn't see the season 4 season 5 thing. Sorry. So you feel like the grind is too long now compared to season 4 to season 5? Is that what you're? Is that the not for me, but for the 99%? Well, I guess let me ask you this: what part of the grind is too long? Because like I feel like there's different parts of the grind, right? Not the whole thing. People want to feel like they completed their character. Yeah. But like, how many people actually completed their characters in season 4 and season 5? That play like once or twice a week. Let's be honest. Like those who play like only on the weekend, how many of those actually completed their character in season 4 or season 5? And not everybody had triple GA everywhere on their gear in season 4 or season 5 either, which wouldn't that be considered completing your character, having GA everything, perfect everything? Isn't that what a completionist is, or no? Like if you're a completionist, then that means you have perfect everything, which obviously no matter what season you play, it's going to take a extremely long time of doing so. Unless I'm misunderstanding. Am I misunderstanding the point here, or? Because did you miss that start? No, I guess what I'm saying is that like when you talk about completionists, that also includes gear. Isn't that correct? Like having perfect gear, having 3 triple GA everywhere on every slot. Like that's not just paragons and glyphs, right? So like no one has ever, not saying no one, but I could probably guess that maybe 10 to 20 people worldwide may have had triple GA on every piece, perfectly masterworked everywhere. Like that was the case in season 4 and season 5 too, right? So like, I think the only thing right now, I think being able to complete a build is to complete character, not perfect gear. But it's an action RPG. Yeah, the whole point of action RPG is loot and getting the best loot. Isn't that the premise of the action RPG? Everything else is kind of like secondary. Loot is first. So getting the best loot is technically what a completionist would want to do, right? No? Not for most. So do you really feel like most people care the most about Paragon right now? Paragon points? Okay. I disagree with that. But I see where you're coming from. Completion is kind of anti-action RPG, Jeff. Really? That's also when you sign up with the live service game. That's very true too as well. He does make a point. It is marketed as a live service game, so I don't know if the idea of they change the game can really be a bad thing when the game is marketed as a live service. You kind of know what you're getting yourself into. So if you don't, I guess at the same time, if you don't like the changes, then that's one thing, right? But you said you tried to refund the game when you saw the changes. What, the expansion? Really? Is it all because of Paragon? All because of Paragon. I mean, you play Spiritborn. I mean, Paragon 300 should be within grasp easily. It's not like I can understand if you was playing like, you know, Barb or something, or Druid maybe, but like refunding as a Spiritborn player On Paragon? Like really? Like that's new. It's because a non-Spiritborn can't get mass glyph in the Paragon 3 hours without 300 plus hours. Well, yeah, for now. I don't know why. I mean, that's like what the first week of the game. Obviously, there's a lot of issues, right? But like, are you legit trying to say that this is going to stay this way forever? That you want to refund the game and you would never touch it again? As if this will always be the case from here on out? Like that seems really premature, actually. At least that reasoning is premature. Now there's other issues, sure, but like that one particular issue, that would be like kind of premature. Because I mean, let's be like, look at the game then and look at the game now, right? I mean, they did manage to turn the game around and make it considerably better than what it was at one point, right? King Wise, appreciate the sub. Spiritborn doesn't even need 300 Paragon. I know. Well, there's that too. But I think the idea of being able to have something to work towards past just gear is actually kind of a good thing. I do think Paragon boards are boring. They're hella boring. But it's like, honestly, just Paragon is just a number past a certain point. It doesn't really have a big impact on your build at all, and it's just there if you just want it, if you just want to, right? Like it's not a necessity. Tell you what's better. I mean, the crafting system is better. Tempering's better. Dark Citadel's actually pretty decent. Curious Undercity is a great way to be able to target farm your gear. Helltide is now better. Whispers are now better. World Boss is questionable. Legions are actually worse in my opinion. Yeah, I would say there's more W's than L's. You don't like the glyph XP in the pit? I'm kind of neutral about it. I don't like it nor dislike it. I'm kind of neutral about it. Yeah, I give them DC and UC. The rest is is a step backwards. All right. Well, I guess I can agree to disagree there on some of the. I agree with you on some of that, but I do think the expansion is in general is a step forward. But it obviously still has its problems. Obviously, I'm not going to pretend it's like perfect. I have gripes with it. I've kind of talked about it already. My biggest gripes is bugs. But you guys already know how I feel about that. But yeah, I can agree to disagree there. Inferno Hordes are a teeny bit better. I mean, they didn't massively work, but the whole like mass at the very end and like the gear chest is definitely an improvement. So we cannot pretend that that's not better. The mats and the equipment chest is definitely better. It's not better at all. So you like running around for 15 minutes trying to get the mats at the end? That's what you prefer that over the way it is right now? I mean, maybe you do. I don't know, but like I found that quite boring. No judgment. But I do think this whole 6-wave, 8-wave, and 10 waves is actually kind of silly, though. I think they should really get rid of that. I think that's kind of dumb. Oh, whoops. We should be selling. I don't think I found anything good still. You had to do Hell Ties to do Inferno Hordes last season. Well, I mean, I'm kind of swimming in keys. What do you mean that you have to do like Hell Ties for it? I always feel like I have too many Inferno Hordes keys. Not enough. Who did you actually make that complaint in the Discord or whatever? But I do Hell Ties. I barely do Hell Ties. Check my past couple of streams, man, and like look at how many hours I actually spent in Hell Ties. Like I barely spend any time in Hell Ties anymore. So quote unquote doing Hell Ties is probably a overstatement. Like today I did Hell Ties, like but for how long and how efficient? I did like I was there for like 10 minutes. That was it. And I wasn't even doing it efficiently. I was just there. You know what I'm saying? What I mean is being completionist is anti-action RPGs. That the whole point of action RPG is to continue to get stronger and find better stuff. Like you said, only 10 to 20 people will ever accomplish that. Except if you only play Eternal. I guess that's a point. Yeah. But I spend the run roll only hits for 10 mil, fully Maxroll guide. Would I recommend the Heartseeker build? If you're only hitting for 10 mil on the using the Maxroll build on Dance of Knives, then you're doing something wrong for sure. Maybe there is a lot of mechanics that go into it, and it can be quite frustrating. But maybe it does a very good job of explaining what those things are. I want to start a rogue, and then you're wondering what is the absolute best S tier class that I think. It's just Spiritborn. If you want the most OP experience, play Spiritborn. That's it. Like, don't even consider any other class. Play Spiritborn. If that's what you want, Spiritborn. You're not gonna find that on any other class. So if you're trying to do an in-game rogue shadow flurry build, got any tips? You said try looking up guys, but everything is outdated. It's outdated because no one is doing it anymore, Demon. There's no reason to do it because shadow flurry doesn't really exist anymore. So it's not like it's a thing that you can. I mean, you can put one together yourself if you would like, but the reason why everything is outdated is because no one is attempting to try to make said build because it just doesn't really work like that anymore. For Flurry. Flurry actually has some pretty okay setups, but Shadow is really not one of them anymore. Shadow and Beaming in general is just quite weak. With the way that the game is scaling, like the game's power scaling, which is really ridiculous at the moment. Shadow and Beam is kind of awful. I only use it for the mixed Shadow Imbuement buff just to get 12% multiplicative for the rest of my build. That's it. But as a skill, it's terrible. Terrible end game, I put it that way. Leveling is fine. Mid game is okay. Once you get towards the end game, it sucks, and there's nothing you can do about it. What's the best damage rogue build? Barrage. I hate Dance of Knives. I think so. I've said the same thing multiple times, which is like I don't really know where the rogue builds kind of stack up. But if I had to give a somewhat of an opinion at the moment, if you want to push, rapid fire is kind of the way to go. If you want to speed farm and that's it, then Dance of Knives is the way to go. If you want to mix of both, Barrage and Heartseeker are probably in that category, with Barrage being the stronger of the two that I just mentioned. How about Twisting Blaze? Same thing, Demon. Same thing. Twisting Blaze is just not in a good spot right now. Glendale, what's going on? He said, I just got a GA cow with aspects of having 40% in GA on crowd control, but has +1 on all the other passives. Or do you go with the non-GA with 2, +2 to all the passives and 34% aspect? Definitely the second one. You don't really care about the unique affix as much, but you do care about the trick attacks and unstable elixirs. Those are way more important. Way more important. What's best for Destinized, victimized version? Or attack? I guess you mean momentum. For speed farming, momentum for sure. Yeah, but I do think that they really can expand on Inferno Hordes, because Inferno Hordes was like my favorite thing to do. So I'll be honest, I am quite a bit disappointed, and them not seeing them expand as much as they possibly could have on Inferno Hordes, because I feel like there's definitely room to kind of make that even more awesome than it was in season 5, and they didn't. I'm sure they'll probably do it in the future, but I was expecting it in an expansion just because it's an expansion. What's the best place to farm Glitz this season? Anywhere really. Nightmare Dungeons, Helltide, etc. Mala says the fact is the game is better and you can't please everyone. There are good points in all season. The third, I have some doubts. The third season was something else. I'll just kind of put it that way. That I made the comment that Diablo 4 came out of beta in season 4. Like that was the time where Diablo 4 actually, in my opinion, officially launched. I still played it though because it was fun to kill things, but like the game just wasn't in like good states at all. Dancer Knives is MVP this season. Depends on what you consider MVP. What are your metrics on what MVP is?
Still got some good in it.
Is it 28 different max? Anything is more, and so it's a damn insult. I'm sure they can do better with that. I'm sure. Yeah, I mean I agree. They can definitely do better with that. Fun, fast play. Well, yeah. So if you find Dance of Knives the most fun for you, and you want something that is pretty speedy, then yeah, I guess. According to your metrics, then yes, Dance of Knives would be the MVP for you, for sure. C Fork, what's going on, man? Do you get glitz from Undercity too? That's actually a good question. I don't know. I don't remember if I did or not. Grinding these pit runs, boy. You like grinding Nightmare Dungeons for glyphs better? Or the fact that they're masterworks, or they changed it for masterwork or for it to be efficient for masterworking materials. I'm kind of indifferent about it. I really feel like it's kind of like it's the same thing, whether I do pits or whether I do Nightmare Dungeons. The rewards are swapped. I would have had to do each one of them anyway. So, however, I think the whole idea of wanting the glyph system to be a thing like for progress, to kind of like, you know, continue to progress your character and, you know, eventually get more power as you go forward. That's what they want to do. And so I kind of get it. It kind of gives something for the players who want to play long term, in a sense, where they're not done with the game in like 3 days. But then also gives people who may want to continue the chase over the course of a couple of months can continue to do so and have something to do. I assume that's the reasoning, but yeah. I will say pit leveling or leveling your character in pit is super easy though. Like, if you can get someone to carry you through like pit 70. I think it's like what, 5 runs or whatever. 4 or 5 pit runs gets your all character to like 60. It's like, it's actually like, and the fact that you keep all your Paragon points too, right? Because it's all like account wide, it makes it so easy to make an alt. You're just like, all right, let's make an alt in like 30 minutes real quick. Of course, you have to you know, get your glyphs or whatever, but like, I mean, you'll at least have your character to 60 and be able to start getting gear like at that point. So gearing on the alt has never been easier than this season. Is power leveling easy? And I mean, I'm kind of indifferent because I don't really make too many alts, so I don't. It's neat, I'm sure, for those who like to make a lot of alts or whatever. But I guess it's kind of interesting because I'm pretty sure the D2 crowd absolutely hates that aspect of it. Wait, is Vessel down? There we go. Like, I think you're gonna either way you go, you're gonna make one camp happy and piss off the other, no matter what. How much power do you get from glyphs going from 45 to 100? You say you lack a lot of power on Spiritborn Quill Volley. I mean, as long as 46 glyphs on a Spiritborn should still be able to smash like legit everything, like no problems. Going from 46 to 100 will help for sure, but it's not going to be like, oh, I'm struggling in T4 to, oh my god, I'm a complete god now. Like, it's not that in terms of glyph levels. So there's definitely much bigger problems in your setup than the glyphs per se, or if you blizzard and piss off everyone. Oh, they make us because we don't have an armory yet. That's kind of where I'm at. That's literally where I'm at, kind of thing. Like, I think I'm gonna eventually make alt just so therefore I have a rapid fire character. And then I'll have Barrage and Heartseeker in this, you know, as the same character because I don't have to change the Paragon boards out at all or anything. So it's just an easy swap. Blizzard will give players exactly what they're asking for and get a new bag of hate mail within 5 minutes of delivery. Yeah. Did I see the guy who made a code that optimizes your Paragon board? No. Never heard of that. How do you do that? Eyes Rapid Fire better than Dance of Knives. Depends on the metric you're using. What is the metric? What are we talking about? Are we talking about speed farming, general content, or are we talking about like pit pushing? Which content matters the most to you? Pit pushing matters the most to you? Okay, well then rapid fire is a better choice. Guessing that is probably a not really a good pit pusher at all. Gonna be honest, especially with not being able to keep up your snapshots as much as you would like due to unforeseen circumstances in the pit. I just don't think it would do too well for pushing pits. Oh no, this isn't Barrage. Sorry, this is Heartseeker, but I'm only doing it just. I'll only about the Heartseeker just so I can kind of get some gold, and then I'm gonna play some rapid fire pretty soon. Aether Fiend boon explode boon is giga bugged. Aether Fiends exploding will make it so that there no Aether Fiends drop Aether. Well, that sucks. Yeah, baby's in. Yeah, send the link. It's fine. Also, DM me the link too as well. I want to see how. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna have 300 points of Paragon, but I'm just curious to see what the pay-in would look like. So everyone is running Spiritborn. Why not me? Because I've already played Spiritborn, like in the review copy of the game a little bit. Also played it when I got flown to Blizzard to play the class before, back in July. So I mean, I've got a chance to play the class a little bit. I do plan on playing it at some point, probably like within the next 3 weeks or whatever. But I preferred to start with Rogue first. The real Cobb, what's going on? Hey Docs, I'm strong is barely enough for T4, but I'm doing well clearing T3. I need to farm materials now. So you start using your save up mass in T3 and to try to find it. Either that or just find a friend who's a Spiritborn, like which you probably have a bunch of those, right? And just have them carry you in T4 bosses. The Paragon tool is neat. Yeah, Mika, can you DM me that as well? I'll probably take some time tomorrow to look at it.
See some steel you need?
That's actually kind of cool though. That's cool that kind of exists or whatever. I honestly feel, I mean, as a build guide writer, the less people have, the less that people have to rely on, like let's say like a build guide, like a build guide to follow, and can kind of do their own things, the better. So like tools that kind of like allow you to do things like that yourself is actually quite cool. You think they're gonna nerf Spiritborn this season? I think they're going to address problems that the Spiritborn is causing on game performance, which will inevitably probably be a little bit of a nerf to what they're doing currently because it's affecting game servers, specifically evade. The evade build. The Blizzard said they were going to add the closest to change builds. What do you mean? Do I watch anime? I do. In fact, I'm not even sure if I caught up with the last episode of My Hero this past weekend. I'm not sure if I watched it or not. I don't remember. The past week has been a blur because of this whole expansion and how many hours I've been awake. I don't read the manga though, so like I only stick to the anime for all the things that I do watch. That's for every anime that I watch. You mean the new Bleach? You mean the 1,000 Years War Bleach? Yeah, that's very good. I'm waiting for that the next season to come. Pick up stuff. At what point should I get out of T1? Do I need specific items to boost you up? That's kind of a hard question to answer because I don't know what you can and can't do. The biggest thing is, I think Pit 35 is T2, right? So how fast can you clear Pit 35? If it's like pretty fast or like easy, pretty fast, then you can probably jump to tier 2. So like Pit levels are basically kind of like your, like, I won't say gatekeep, but it's your way of knowing whether or not you can, you should progress to the next tier. So yeah, I would just key in a Pit 35 and then see how fast you do that. If you struggle to clear it or to beat it, then I will stay in T1 and keep farming. But yeah, Cycros, what made you ask if I watch anime? Is it that obvious with the sub badges and alerts? Kajura, what's going on? You said, huh? You mean MHA? You don't like it? When's the next season of Demon Slayer coming out? I'm kind of missing my feel on that. No more seasons, just movies from now. Really? Hey, I got a Lith rune with no room to put it there. How many Lith runes do I actually have? I need to have to go back in my stash. could probably sell that for gold, right? How much is a lith rune worth? Because people are looking for lith runes. How much is the lith rune worth now? 150 mil. I could probably use that chunk there because I don't ever see myself really needing a lith rune for anything, and I never stand still. So I should probably do that. I should probably just sell runes because I'm never gonna find any. I said never, but chance of me finding like good gear that I can sell for a lot is just probably not gonna. It's just out of my range. Actually, let me ask chat. So, like, what are the 3 most sought after runes right now? I know Lith is like at the top, or towards the top. Is Jaw like second? Hey, I got a Doombringer, it looks like. GA on all stats. Lith Tech. Tech has been selling for 40, 50 million. What about Jaw? Like I would think that the hear a prediction would be pretty common, no? Or am I misunderstanding, or am I just don't know?
What's still got some good in it?
Just actually put all my stuff up in here. Jaw sells for 30 mil each. So Lith is the most popular, I assume, right? You said just aren't expensive. Yeah, but I mean, when you only have 98 million gold, I mean, 100 to 200 million gold sounds nice for a rune at the moment. Yeah, I'm broke, man. I'm always broke. I don't really do any trading, so like a lot of stuff I get is mostly self-found, or like maybe like a chat might give me an item or two here or there, but like I don't do any trading, so I'm always broke. How many elixirs of fortitude can I make? Probably a lot, because I don't ever use fortitude. So probably a lot. How many you want? 99. All right, bet. I think I can make that many. What do you think of Flurry Rogue in the current meta? Does it scale well into the high pits? Not. I would say not regular Flurry. No. Overpower Flurry has potential, but that's like out of the gear range of like almost everybody in this game. So I don't know if it's hard to suggest something like that because it's extremely difficult to gear for it. And it won't perform unless you have that gear. Didn't nerf money from Hordes? That was your money farmer? I got the 2 GAs in the wrong ones. Gonna push 100 with OP Flurry tomorrow night. Okay. I'm gonna do like probably just maybe 10 to 15 minutes more of like boss rota, and then I will craft those Fortitude elixirs for you, Riptide. What's the best method for gold? Still hordes? Nah, I mean, well, I guess maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm actually doing better with gold doing these boss rotas actually. They have been better for gold than anything I've done so far. So honestly, probably bossing. I guess with bossing, you're getting a couple of things done at the same time. You're getting your runes. You're getting hopefully better uniques, chances of a mythic unique. Bosses best go selling the uniques. Actually, I haven't even tried to actually sell the uniques. How much are they actually worth? Like to like the vendor. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so I have 104 million right now, right? So actually, no, never mind. Okay, actually, it's not bad. 5 million for a stack of uniques after a couple of rotas. That's actually not bad. Appreciate the follow. Is that Inferno Hordes thing bannable? You need to know. I would not. I personally would not participate in it. Just saying, because technically it is a bannable offense. Whether they do it or not is obviously the question. They probably won't take action this time around. I don't know, but I can tell you that it is a bannable offense. So if you're gonna do it at your own risk. Definitely don't stream it like some other people I've seen do. You don't want evidence that you're actually doing said thing. No, that GA talisman was bad. Slamming. I saw it. Trust me, I would have kept it if it was good to sell. Just confirming the bug 50 more times. You know, for data, right? You know, you got to do it a lot of. You got to make sure that you can replicate the bug 50 times just to make sure it's actually a bug. Yeah, I see you. I see you. I see you. To the fact that the ratio is that bad in the first place. Well, I mean, honestly, I think they wanted Nightmare Dungeons to be where you get most of your Master Weapon mass now from. That's why. Whether I agree or disagree with that is a different, topic. But I think that that's what that was for. They intentionally kind of nerfed it to make Nightmare Dungeons more appealing. Melted Heart. What is a bannable offense? Exploiting anything in the game, like exploiting a bug or exploiting a game bug for just exploiting it. So the whole Inferno Hordes bug or whatever thing that's going on where you can, well, I'm not going to explain exactly what that is because, yeah, I'm not going to contribute to that. But yeah, there's a bug there that allows you to be able to get more mats than you're supposed to per run. I put it that way. What helm do you think will work best for rapid fire? Honestly, I mean, Kaba Nameless is still considered best in slot, but that's only if you have a GG one. Outside of that, I think the Hero Perdition makes more sense if you have one. Because getting a GG triple masterwork trick attacks Kaba Nameless is extremely difficult. Probably harder to do than just getting a Perdition helm in general. So that's actually why I recommend that helm for like the mythic version. Although I think that if you have a GG cowl, I mean, just, you know, keep using that over the mythic. Things do change when you start pushing pits though. It just depends on how high you want to go and how many attempts you're trying to make. But there's gonna be a Spiritborn nerf. Well, they're definitely are going to fix the issue that is causing Spiritborn to lag the game for everybody in Helltide. No, it's a bug. The whole evade Spiritborn thing is legit based off a bug. How many total Paragon points are there now? 300. So mythic drops are even more rare now. There are, but the fact that we can get boss mass a lot easier kind of makes up for it. With that logic, they should ban all Spiritborn players. So not build bugs, Chimery. We're talking about like game exploits. Like game exploits and a build bug are two different things. Because like, I put it this way, there are some character bugs or bugs in the game with builds that people sometimes don't know that is bugged or are not aware that it's bugged, and that it just happens, right? Like for instance, like on let's say rapid fire rogue, right? Like trick attacks is technically bugged. You can't avoid it unless you just don't use trick attacks, right? But most players won't know that it's bugged, and so they're not intentionally trying to abuse that bug per se. It's just baked into the build itself. How precision itself is technically still bugged as a key passive. Victimize has bugs with key passives, but you can't avoid the double dipping because it just naturally does that. So there are things that are bugged that you can't really get pissed off at the player for. But game exploiting is different when you know exactly how to do the exploit and you have to do said sequence to abuse the exploit. So like that's different. Because you're knowingly doing it and you have to do the steps to be able to replicate the exact same, game exploit per se. You don't accidentally stumble upon that. That's the difference. It's just that's like you could sell or make gold and the woman get banned. Slamming. Thanks guys. Technically you can get banned for that. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying that it is technically against the TOS. So it's like, it's not about what you can do with the masterwork materials that, once you get it, it's just the idea of a game exploit. I'm not here to, talk more like morality or moral ground. I'm just stating facts. That's it. So if they wanted to do a ban for it, they can. Whether they do it or not is up to them. But it is technically a bannable offense, which is why I say, do it at your own discretion. But don't be surprised if anything happens to your account, because it is a bannable offense. Chances are it's probably not going to happen, but still, slim chance. I definitely would not take that risk. And the fact that I also, not only do I work for Maxroll, but I also am a Diablo partner. I have 2 different contracts that discourages me from doing any sort of exploits like that in the game, period. So not that I would do it anyways if I wasn't, affiliated with those 2 groups, but it's just a matter of if I do it, I risk way more than just getting banned in the game. So what's up? Hey Docs, I have a question on movement speed. Can I help you? What's up? Should Rax be banned then for making a macro to exploit the evade bug? So the macro is, if I'm not mistaken, a repeating macro, like a repeater macro, which falls into the category of one action per key press. And Blizzard actually allows that, as long as it's one action per key press. If it's a macro that's doing 4 or 5 different actions or different keystrokes for you, then technically that is a bannable offense. If it's one action per keystroke, not really, no. You're fine for that. However, technically speaking, I'm not trying to, spill jargon or whatnot, but technically speaking, we aren't really even supposed to be doing it anyways. Like if you're a Maxroll, you shouldn't really be using macros, period. At least that is my understanding, but yeah. But repeater macros are not going to get banned by Blizzard as long as it's one action per skill press. The numlock macro tech bannable? I don't think so, because you're not using a third party program for that. You're using what's already on your keyboard. Can you tell me, say I've seen Diablo partners exploited though? Yeah, and they're not supposed to do that. Meaning that I'd be very surprised if they keep their status once Blizzard finds that out. If we're talking about the Inferno Hordes thing, yeah. Now there might have been someone who might have, like, I know there is one Diablo partner that tried it and then sent a video, like a clip, to Blizzard to show them, hey, this is what's going on, and then didn't do it again. Like, that's okay because it's data, and it was only done once. He picked up a couple and then tried it, and it was like, oh, this is what's happening, and then took that clip and then sent it to Blizzard or whatever. So that's more for data. That particular person was not abusing it every time. But there are one or two Diablo partners that have been doing it live stream, and yeah. Yeah, actually they posted a video. Yeah, I know who you're talking about, King Titan. I know exactly who you're talking about. Don't mention any names or say any names. I know exactly what you're talking about. But what I'm saying is, like, that's probably, I'm not gonna say what's gonna happen to that individual, but let's just say that yeah. Barrage best in-game build, game rogue build at the moment doesn't compete at all with in-game spirit. No builds compete with Spiritborn right now, Phil Thompson. None. Zero. None. No builds, no classes are even in the same echelon, like Earth, planet, solar system, or whatever, as the top 3 Spiritborn builds. Not even close. Slemmin says, as many people I know who buy Boss Mask for money to season 1 is a low chance. I mean, that's fine, but I'm just here just to tell you the facts. You can do whatever you want with your account, with your money. I'm not telling you what to do, and what not to do. I am here to legitimately tell you or say what is facts. That is it. I'm telling you, you can get banned for it. I'm telling you, sometimes they'll take action. I don't care what your friends do. I don't care how many of them did get banned or did not get banned. If you want to partake in that, that is on you. I'm just stating what I know. And, well, yeah, that's kind of really it. Is it really beneficial for them to take action on someone who brings hundreds of thousands of people to play the game? Yeah. I mean, that's like saying letting Mr. Beast go scotch-free just because he was entertaining millions of people on YouTube. So let's just ignore all of his allegations just because he was beneficial to YouTube. Like, no, that's not how that works. not how that works. I mean, I can use many more examples than that, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, just you know, and let's be honest, like, content creators are a very small drop in the pool for the player base. Like, sure, lots of people watch Rax, lots of people watch Woody, Rob, or whatnot, but like, there are more people who don't watch content creators or who don't care about content creators or Twitch or YouTube than people who actually watch them total combined. So trust me, they're not losing. They're not losing. So like, I'll put it this way. I'll give an example. And let's just say, hypothetically, Rax gets banned for whatever reason. Like Rax decided to not wear a hoodie for the second time in a row, and he just gets banned by Twitch and Diablo and the Diablo partner Discord or whatever, and then that's it. Like, he just gets banned, right? Like, the community will move on, the game won't die. Twitch is not going to fall apart. Many people will still play the game. Like, Rax is as big as Rax is. Like, he's a pretty small drop in the bucket in terms of the amount of players that actually play the game total. Even though he has a large chunk of the content creator pie, the actual overall pie is still very small. We act like, you know, that content creators really make up the scene, and we don't. We don't. Do we have somewhat, you know, influence, sure, you know, to something? Oh, there's a fourth build, Riptide, for a Spiritborn. Bro, the rawhide bottleneck is lame. I actually haven't gotten to that yet. I guess I don't. I know I'm pretty casual when it comes to masterworking gear and like perfecting my gear pieces. Which possibly can kind of make me more relatable when it comes to me making video guides, because like, I'm doing it without GG gear most of the time. It's like, oh, he's doing this and he doesn't have like a triple masterwork everything, 12 everywhere in the slots. Which is actually when I actually like to make my videos, because then it, you know, people, you know, they look at that and it's like, okay, that makes sense. It's like, hey, that's something I think I can achieve, because, you know, his gear looks like that. I think I can do that. It's not out of the realm of impossible. But eventually, though, I will obviously spend more time in masterwork and stuff like that. I'm just in no huge rush to do it, if that makes sense. I mean, the season ends mid-January, so I got plenty of time to show off. Since there's no leaderboards, and again, there's really no rush. It's just a matter of when I feel like getting there. Hey, Doc, so what's the strongest road build right now, in my opinion? Hard to say, but it just depends on the kind of content you're talking about. Are we talking about for endgame T4 farming? Are we talking about for bossing? Are we talking about for pit pushing? Like, which content are you the most interested in? "200% movement speed is cap." Yes, it is. Yeah, there's a bug where another bug. Not surprised. Andy doesn't have an ICD on the damage on Spiritborn. Only on Spiritborn. Wow. Well then. Oh man. It does on it has an ICD on Rogue, but not on Spiritborn. That is so wow. That's so backwards. All right. Thanks for doing the Rogue guy. Really well done. Thanks, man. For pit push, then rapid fire. For pit push, I would say if I had to order it on builds that are playable, like you can get the gear for, I would say overpower flurries, a thing, but it's still kind of in the works of people like messing with it and like seeing how far they can go. But if I had to kind of like if we're talking about pit pushing, it'll probably go rapid fire, barrage, Heartseeker, Dance of Knives, like in that order. Can this one not go for pit 100? No. Okay, that for barrage, you should recommend the rune words in your guide, or have I tested anyone I like better? The ones in the guide is pretty much the same. I mean, you can do like vortex if you want. But you have Death Trap already for that, so you don't necessarily need to. I mean, you can play around with the different combinations. You don't have to go with the exact ones that are on Maxroll. So like, I encourage you to explore with things that work for you. But I do think the Dark Shroud one, the Mott rune, is something that I think you want to keep, just so therefore you can free up a DPS aspect. But in terms of war cry is concerned, if you don't want to do that one, you don't have to. It's just more damage, but you can do other utility things. Rapid fire good. Well, yeah, rapid fire is good. You guys have an influence. You guys push to what Diablo is now when the one was playing the player base was an all-time low. I'm not saying we don't have influence. I will say that I'm not. I know that we do have influence. I guess what I'm ultimately saying is that I think people have the misunderstanding that the social media crowd of Diablo 4 players are the majority, and that's just simply not the case. That's probably what I'm saying. So like when we see people react to certain things and saying the community is pissed or whatever is upset or whatever, there are more people who are not involved with any sort of social media platforms, watching content, on stream on YouTube, that have opinions too. They just don't share them. And so like anytime that there's something wrong with the game or something good with the game and it's being shared, that's actually a really good sword. I forgot I had that. It is, we're saying where everybody feels this way, and the reality is a small minority of players are being very vocal about the game. Whereas a lot of people who don't post their opinions or don't care, don't say anything. All right, Riptide, I got you. 99 fortitudes. Invite me whenever. What class has the highest pit clear so far? Do I have to answer that question, King Titan? Okay, then. Guess it's my turn. You really want me to answer that question for you? 357 smack. Appreciate the prime. You said it's Paladin? I think it's Paladin too, guys. What you guys think? Ned2, what's going on? Cool. Thanks for the hard work on the guys. They're really great. Thanks, man. Am I looking for any specific items? Having a coffee and can check your stash free again. I mean, I think I'm pretty good for the most part. So that's a jam. Who is it? Oh, this is Kristen McBride. Excellent jazz bass player. standing bass. I'll say that. I love the song. I love the. It's like it's an oldie, but it's a goodie. No, because I saw a Sork build push pit 165. Okay, King, you're in the wrong season right now. You're all in the wrong season and wrong time of the game. You wanna know how I know? Because yeah, Riptide, that works. Anything. I mean, I have shit for gold. So like, even if you do market price, I'm still fine with that. No, but King, the reason why I know that you're in the wrong season is because max pit is 150. You cannot go past 150 right now. There's a recent video, yeah, that might be like 2 weeks ago. Like before like the expansion came out. No, but Spearborn is the highest clear by far. Yeah, that must have been PTR King Titan. But yeah, Spiritborn is far ahead of every other class. Again, I'm gonna reiterate that it's like not even close. All right, now I can actually re-rolls for stuff because I actually have some gold. All right, I'll check it out. I love Brian Broomberg. Concert stand up bass, yeah. Christopher McBride has some really funky stuff. But I'm glad you recognize good play when you hear it. That's the name of the song. Your dad's a stand-up bass player by profession. Cool. All right, let's start putting stuff in stash that I don't need. I'm about to do like a Paragon board swap. It's not like a huge Paragon board swap, but big enough to where I have to actually like reset the Paragon board and like re-put points back in places. The one thing I don't have is a decent rapid fire amulet. I mean, this is probably the best if I was to reset the imbuements. Or reset. I might say reset, but like do the tempers and then reset and maybe get what I want. Actually, wait a minute. There's +2 malice. My amulet is going to be by far my weakest slot for sure. I got unstable elixirs, but it's the 7.8%. So it's such a low dex percent roll though. Oh, this one's actually kind of okay. 2 frigid, 1 exploit. I guess we can kind of make that work. Do you foresee Blizzard nerfing Spiritborn, or they'll buff other classes to match them at the top? They will not buff other classes to match them at the top like that. Because in order to put other classes on the same level as Spiritborn, you have to buff every class by 1,000%. Or sorry, not 1,000%. Let me rephrase that. The difference is drastic. I mean, you will be inflating the game's numbers by such a wide margin that they would eventually have to nerf every class again later, and it's just not worth trying to put that much work into trying to bring every class up to 4 Spiritborn builds versus trying to just balance in general. But Maxroll says all classes are S tier. What do you mean 1000%? What do you mean Maxroll says all classes are S tier? What do you mean by that? Oh, my bad, Austin. I didn't even see your... The bot didn't allow your comment. Sorry, hold up. Pushing tier list has all classes in S tier. You mean like one build or something like that? Yeah, so Furious Snail, let me tell you something real quick. And I made this very clear on my previous streams that we actually need to go back and revisit the tier list because we did not know that Spiritborn was going to be that strong. So obviously we made that tier list before the expansion came out based off of the review build of the game. And now that the review build, now that the game is actually live, no class is even remotely in the same tier as Spiritborn because there were new bugs that were found out that pushed Spiritborn way higher. I didn't know you didn't revise. Yeah, we didn't revise it yet. We should have this weekend and we didn't. So honestly, if you want to know the truth, it's only Spiritborn in S tier and it's 4 different builds. That's it. Every other class starts in A tier and then you go down. It's partially the reason why, again, I don't like relying on tier lists for things, but yes, that is, yeah. So yeah, there are no S tier class, there are no S tier builds classes outside of Spiritborn, as long as Spiritborns are in the game. So, and because the Spiritborn is in the game and you can't ignore the Spiritborn class, then yeah, every other class is quite a bit weak by comparison. I don't mean quite a bit, I mean like really weak versus the Spiritborn class. If you remove Spiritborn, then you have a lot, you have to have quite a few decently good builds that you could put into S tier if Spiritborn was not a thing. Because then it'll be relative, right? But, you know, keyword relative.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Every class uses splashy skills like Spiritborn hitting. Well, Spiritborn is just a better in general design class. So I'm not even talking about the damage or how much output they can do whenever they have all the bug stuff. So I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying just as from a design standpoint, Spiritborn is just better design. Which makes all the other, you know, classes feel kind of awful or bad because, you know, you could tell that there has been more effort put into Spiritborn legit than any other class.
I've been practicing.
Resource aspect cache.
Add that, carry the one.
Has to work in cache. Summon in cache.
I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. Did I count it out right? Add that, carry the one. Did I count it out right? Oh, glad that's done.
Milky, what's that? Me 1% in your glyphs while Spiritborn do 150s. Yeah. The difference, I don't think there's ever been as big of a difference in terms of class and in terms of like the best build in the game and like the next best build from a different class than now. I think the biggest might have been Ball Lightning in season 2, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I still think Spiritborn still takes the cake though. Your Dance of Knives is hard stuck at 85. Your gear is insane too. Yeah, Dance of Knives is really not great for bit pushing. Just by comparison, Milky BK, I have pretty decent gear on my Barrage. Like Victimized Barrage setup is in like I was doing about 80s in 5 minutes roughly. Which definitely means I have quite a bit more to go. But yeah, like I when it comes to Dance of Knives, man, I think they just really I'm gonna make you cry. I'm sorry. No, it's just man, I just yeah, they really dropped the ball on that one, man. Blizzard really did. And you know what really pissed me off though, Milky? Is when they said in the what was the last live stream? Do you remember the last live stream when they had the audacity to say that rogues, we're doing well and like the Dance of Knives build, like Dance of Knives is doing really good and everyone loves it. You remember? Remember when they said that? And I just pushed back in my chair and I was just like, you guys don't play the class. You guys don't play the class. What's up? No, but the thing is, Milky, is that they fixed the bugs. They don't really use bugs like that though. Like they didn't know that some of those bugs existed when they played it and they felt it was good. So they were talking about just ethical Dance of Knives is what they thought was good. That's why I facepalmed so hard when they said that. So like it's not even with the bugs. This was without the bugs. They thought it was fine. And I was trying to tell everybody, even though like they saw like, Mippy doing really well in PTR with, 6 or 7 bugs being applied and stuff like that. And I was telling people, I'm like, yeah, sure. But Dance of Knives by itself is not in a good situation. I actually said this. I said this before launch. I said Dance of Knives needs a buff. Without the bugs, without like, I'm gonna say exploiting, but like without the bugs, without the snapshotting, Dance of Knives is horrible. And then everyone keeps saying, "Oh, but the video, guys, I saw a guy do, this, or I saw a few people do that." I'm like, you're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. I know what you saw. I understand. I saw it before you saw it because I played the same copies of the game that these people did. I was there. I know. I understand. I wish it wasn't like that. Honestly, I really wish it wasn't like that, but I'm being honest. Make it good. I don't know. I mean, I can give as much comments as I possibly can about what I think of Dance of Knives to the devs. I have no control over what they actually do with said comments or feedback. I can only just give the feedbacks and tell them what's going on. That is all I can do. I can tell them how my community feels about it. I can tell them what the other communities feel about it. What they end up doing at the end of the day is out of my hands. But the fact that it launched in the state that it did, kind of like, I want to say proves my point of what I felt about Dance of Knives before it launched. But it just basically, I want to say showcase that I was right about it. But like, more so of like that it's not what people think it is. It's not the output people think is doing. And people had the nerve to call it OP at the time. And I get it from the standpoint of what you saw, but it had nothing to do with Dancing Knives. It had everything to do with all the bugs associated with it. And also how buggy Victimized was at the time on top of that. So you remove all those things and what do you have? Right? We have what we have now and people are upset. Well, granted, honestly, the snapshotting stuff is still there and people are upset. So, but the reality is I don't understand how they didn't learn their lesson personally from Diablo 3. People just want to spin the win. That's all they want to do. They want to spin. They don't want to do all this extra mechanical stuff that, you know, isn't explained in the game. They just want to spin and they want stuff to die. That's it. Literally, that is it. Anything extra, they're not interested in. That's all they want. And literally, we had the same problem with God 6 Demon Hunter. Even though God 6 Demon Hunter was not hard to perform, but the fact that people felt like they had to like upkeep their momentum, like, you know, once every second or two, people were pissed about that. And like, I thought that wasn't the problem. It's like, okay, well, you have to cast your generator like once every now and then. And it's like, well, I don't want to do that. I just want to just hold down right click and stuff dies. And I thought that was kind of an unreasonable thing. I'm just like, right, it ain't that hard. Dancing Knives is considerably more involving than God 6 was. And people were complaining about that in D3. What makes them think that they were not going to complain about this in D4? This is why I thought that was kind of weird. It's just like, I was like, come on, man. We've been through this already before. Y'all better than that, man. We've been through this before. Who drops Hair Perdition? Anyone. Any boss. I actually want to keep that one. I pushed penetration shot as far as you could, and you barely felt like I could handle T4. If it's possible level Inferno Hordes wave cap. You said level Inferno Hordes or what? Yeah, you can level in Inferno Hordes if that's what you're asking. I think Piss is better, honestly. Well, Inferno Hordes is better if you're not getting carried. I'll put it that way. I can see them thinking that if they didn't play it to the point where mobs don't get one shot, because the skill feels insane when you dominate, but as soon as you're not one shotting and you're in the linear layout, it's a fail. Oh man. What spec would I recommend on Rogue that can do almost any content decently well? Granted, different setups, but same skill, considering rolling off Dancing Knives. Well, according to that standard, there are quite a few Rogue builds that can do that. Heartseeker, Dance of Knives, Barrage, and Rapid Fire can all do exactly what you're asking. It's just a matter of which playstyle do you prefer to do it with. Dance of Knives might be harder to do it with just because understanding the snapshot mechanics, but once you do, it's actually, you know, it does everything in T4 fine, like really well. Rapid Fire also has a learning curve too as well, but the chunk damage is actually really nice if you like that kind of stuff. I honestly think Barrage is probably in my opinion, probably the best overall. Overall meaning like if you want to build that can kind of do a little bit of everything really well, I think Barrage is probably it. It bosses really well. It speed farms really well. has a pretty decently high pit push ceiling. So honestly, I think Barrage is probably the best overall for like if you just want like a well-rounded build. That's strong in like everything. Doesn't mean that I think that it's, you know, it's by far better than all the other builds. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like if one day you wake up and you're like, I'm gonna push a little bit of piss or whatever, then you can do that without having to be like, I probably have to switch builds. That's what I mean.
Did I count it out right?
Sorry, I'm just trying to spin on my whatchamacallit because I have so many of them. Actually, are aspects even worth trying to get from here? I feel like I don't really get anything out of like anything gear wise out of the bartering. I feel like bartering was better in the review copy of the game. I have so many of the of these peril marks, and I feel like I got nothing out of this. Nothing. Feels awful when you played a version that felt better. I guess in this regard. Yeah, I just feel like, and also the restocking supply is also very expensive. It used to be 50. They nerfed it to 100, and I don't understand why. It's not like we went to the bartering for gear in the review build anyway. Like we weren't abusing it or anything, so I don't, or it wasn't abusable. I'll put it that way. So I don't understand. I don't know. You're welcome. So you don't want to do 10 wave? I guess it just depends. If you're doing it for XP, sure, because then it's more efficient per Inferno Horde key per se. But if you're doing it for a mass or whatever, then yeah, wave 6 is all you really want. You maybe just want to give in and make a Spiritborn and give up on Dance of Knives. I mean, you could try other rogue builds since you already have a rogue or whatever like that. But I'm just gonna tell you right now that like I think jumping ship right now to try to make a Spiritborn might not be in your best interest because we don't know how much stuff is going to change with their current Spiritborn stuff. So obviously what we do know is that Spiritborns are causing game performance issues. So there will be things that will be touched on, especially Evade, I'm sure, that's, you know, gonna allow for people to actually play in Hell Ties with Spiritborn players. So like if you were gonna play Spiritborn, I think playing it at launch was your best bet. Switching now might be a dangerous thing. I mean, do it. Do it if you just like the class itself. But like if you're doing it because you want to feel OP or whatever, you're kind of like your window is probably closing a little bit because chances are some things might get hit, or a specific Spiritborn build you might be looking at might get hit for whatever reason. So, just saying. Heartseeker is the most fun you've had. I like Heartseeker a lot. I'm a big fan. Okay, so I guess it's time to temper, huh? I probably should use this sword. I'm like hesitant to not because it's so godlike though. And this is my best rapid fire glove I got. This is the best I can do. But I will say that like if you like Rogue, I think Barrage is probably like if you want a really good overall build that's easy to play, I can do a little bit of everything. I think Barrage honestly is your best bet if I had to like suggest something. And I have a Barrage video guide, video build guide, in case anyone's interested in that. So you can add, you can see what it's actually doing. Probably should make it a command or whatever, but that's the Barrage video guide. I'm actually really proud of that thumbnail. It's like real clean. Especially like the way like the wording is, or whatever. I'm gonna start doing that more in the future. But Milky, are you still there by chance, or showcase the God Korean gear? Yeah, man. What are your plans now, man? Actually, let me ask you something, Milky, because like I really enjoy watching you as a content creator in general, but I feel like I end up missing out because like when I'm blasting, you're blasting, and then like you kind of blast for like the first week or two of something, and then you kind of like taper off. Like I know like content creating isn't like your main thing, but like it's just, I don't know. I guess I'd like to see more of you doing what you do. There's shout out to Milky BK, by the way. I'm low key glad you're not going for Pog Face, even though it gets the clicks. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to do it without clickbaiting. The only clickbait word that I use in my titles is new. Like that's like a really good word to use that apparently people like and the algorithm picks up on. So when I just type the word new with like a bunch of exclamation marks and capital letters, like apparently YouTube likes that. So, but I'm staying away from best and S tier and all this other like stuff that I can't claim just for clicks. But I can claim new because it is new, right? Like new is telling the truth. It is a new setup by me, right? It's a new thing I put together. Or whatever. So like that's telling the truth, and it also gets you YouTube clicks. If I can find other keywords like that isn't like baity, but it's actually telling the truth, I will do. But is the mythic drop rate the same in every tournament tier? No. Yeah, I overdo it on season launches for everything. You can't help it, and then you burn out. Man, you blast, man. Even your music, like your music choice is very blasty. Like it's fitting. It's like high adrenaline. It's not like in your face like meta or anything. It's just high adrenaline, high energy like music. So like you're just there and you're just like on alert adrenaline watching the entire time. So like it's very fitting for what you do, man. I guess feel like I guess I would just like to see you do more things because I feel like you do a lot of cool things and I don't get to watch as much. Just write better than Spiritborn. Just to get the clicks and then I'll get the dislikes later. I will amass like a huge negative like to dislike ratio, but I'll have like 100,000 views though. Is that how we should do it? What up, world? I lied. So being honest about the clickbait, is that what you're saying, Peacha? Is that how I should approach it? Oh man. How do I want to do this? Let's start with crit damage first. Are you kidding me? The lowest roll possible? I don't know if I'm going to settle for that. We're going to keep going. 67.5%, really? Whatever. Remember how scroll tempers? Yeah. I do. But I'll wait till later. Because I don't know how long. Like I don't know if like rapid fire will be like the main build I'll play. So I guess that's the reason why I'm just kind of like, yeah, that's good enough for now. But if I feel like, okay, I'm gonna play some rapid fire, like as like my main setup or like whatever like that going forward, then yeah, I'll probably go for more go for higher. But at the moment, this is just let me get the build up and running for the most part. I do kind of want +2 colon beam it down. Like I'm gonna have to do that if I'm gonna attempt Starless guys. If I get +1, then I guess I'm stuck with that. this time around. still stuck with that. That's awful. And the fact that I can't go past mass over 8 or 12. I don't even know. I guess it will go to +2 at 8 or whatever. Still kind of awful. That almost forces me to do dual imbuement then. Now. This build changed my life. what was going on? Also, Grenade Rogue at all? I haven't played. I don't think I didn't do anything on it in the review copy of the game nor the live. So, I hear like Grenade is very good for proccing Victimize, but on its own, I don't really think it really does anything. I don't think I don't think you'd be happy. I don't think you'd be happy making a grenade build at the moment. It's just not in a good place. My friends are saying it's pointless to play anything but Spiritborn, but it looks like you're doing solid damage. So I guess it's just a matter of people's idea of what is pointless, right? Like when people say pointless, what are they referring to? Pointless in terms of what exactly, right? Like it depends on what your goals are. Like if you want to hit for trillions, obviously play Spiritborn. Anything other than that is pointless because you have a goal of hitting 1 trillion damage. Because no other classes can do it, right? If your goal is, I'm going to farm T4 on a fun build, then that opens up many different builds and all the classes because all of those classes can do that, right? So it just depends on what your friend or friends are saying or like what their metric is. But I usually dislike when people say that because this is an action RPG and like it's competitive. Like you don't gain anything by being able to do like a way. I know Spiritborns are doing ridiculous things, right? But like when you log off the game, what do you gain? Whether you play Spiritborn or whether you play Rogue or Barbarian, when you log off and you go to sleep, what has changed? Nothing. Now it's different if there was a league or if this is an esport and you're making money and you're part of a team, right? At that point, then it's like, okay, then it's like you have to make a decision on what's valuable for what you're trying to do in a game because you're playing professionally, right? But the moment that you log off a D4, the important part is, did you have fun? If the answer is yes, then your experience in D4 is valuable. And that's it. Past that point, it does nothing for you. But like I said, it just depends on what your goals are. But like I just like when people make blatant statements like that because it's just like not everybody plays the game for the same reasoning. And then when you log off, life happens the exact same ways as everyone else's life happens. because it's an action RPG and there's no competitive element in this game. So whether you chose to play a Spiritborn or not, your life doesn't change in any way, shape, or form. Competitive wise, anything that's not related to that, it just doesn't. So, but like I said, it's just your goal. Like if you want to hit 150, obviously play Spiritborn. If you don't care about pit pushing, literally every other class is fine in T4. Literally. What up, Lucky? But I will admit, you know, I might play games differently. I generally go for the fun factor first. So regardless of if something is weak, I might still play it. I'll give you a great example. Was it Frozen Orb Sork? In season 1 and season 2, I played Frozen Orb Sork as an alt character, and it was like one of the worst Sork builds by far. And I still played it. Why? Because I like the mechanics. And the goal was just to have fun. And did I have fun on my really weak Frozen Orb Sork? I sure did. I sure did. And I did it again the following season. Why? Because it was fun. Do I wish it was stronger? Well, yeah. Duh. No, like, no one's gonna say no to dealing billions more damage, right? Like, I'm never gonna say no to that. But on the surface, the goal was I like throwing frozen orbs. I liked aiming them and hitting things, and that satisfied the need for what I wanted to do, and I was happy. If I want to play a competitive game or be ultra tryhard, I would do something different than Diablo. Diablo is not the game for, like, the Diablo isn't it. Like if I want to be like super sweaty, like I want to do it in a game that actually gives me benefits, like a possible sponsorship or a possible, like, you know, being on the esports team or something like that, where there's tangible benefit for being like a ultra sweaty tryhard. Right? D4 doesn't offer that. Still waiting on Tekken 8 login. I really should, Riptide. I really should. I keep saying I'm going to, and then like stuff comes up. But you're right. I really should. Jeff is like, no, you don't understand. Fun is when you play where everyone else is. But for real though, I think everybody's version of fun is going to be different, right? So like I'm well aware of what I find fun, and I stick to that. Yeah, I know. We got a big name in chat. Mr. Lucky's here. Speaking of character strength, what pit tier do you say you can be comfortably farming a rogue without mythics and 8 masterwork rankings? Honestly, like 65. Like 65 is a good farm level for that. 65, 70, just depending on how good your non-mythic gear is. But yeah, I was comfortably farming around that level on Heartseeker, as well as Heartseeker actually, before I had any mythics. Barrage was definitely a little stronger, so I was able to farm a little higher. But yeah. Do I like that scroll restoration can only be used once per item? Yeah. I think that's fine. I think they need to let you know that is only once per item. The fact that you don't know is actually not good. But I think the whole once per item is actually a pretty nice thing It's definitely a step up from what it once was. Could it be better? Sure, but you say it isn't the tooltip. Is it really? Yeah. Okay, you're right. I totally missed that. Only usable once per item. It isn't the taluses. They probably should make that font like 300, right? And then put it in like red with like some visual 3D art or whatever. Because people like me are gonna miss it, who are like, I just don't trust tooltips, man. I guess because I stopped reading tooltips because Blizzard tooltips are usually inaccurate. That I honestly just naturally don't look at the tooltips anymore. But yeah, I mean, it is there. That's fair. It's right there. I just need to get better, right? I just need to get good. All right, so what do I do now? I have all my tempers there. I guess I need to enchant, right? What about no runes or the extra skill points? Roughly the same thing. I mean, 60, like 65, like 60 to 65 is like going from 60 to 65. Up this way, like the runes are like the runes. Having runes versus not having runes, or having like what 4 extra skill points? Is that what it is? Like how many extra skill points do you get with the expansion or whatever? Like it's like worth maybe like 2 pit levels, if that. So no mercs either. Okay, so I'd probably say 60 then. I would probably shave off like 3 to 5 pit levels probably. With no mercs, no runes, no extra skill points. About 5. 3 to 5, just depending on how good your gear is. You said me playing the Shred Werewolf last season. God, that build was dog shit, but it was fun. I do think that we kind of do. I feel like in general, we kind of, I don't say we, but like, I feel like the fun factor or just having fun with the game sometimes can get missed. Because I mean, there are things in the game that we get frustrated about, right? Things happen, and we wish things were different in some places or whatnot. But there is fun to be had. Specifically, if you like action RPGs. Yeah, so I got crit damage here. I got the stun chance. We're good. Now this one, I'm not gonna be able to get what any of the things I might want. This is such a very like interesting amulet, where it's like, I kind of want to go for unstable elixirs though. But I might just settle for the dex. Exploit is so bad on rapid fire though. But it's my best amulet, guys. That's all I got. It's all I got. Do you happen to know if there's any boss has increased drop rate of left rune? No. They're not. Runes are not boss specific. You said, have I tried the new Azeroth cosmetic? Nah. I said, okay, that's exactly where my swerk is at. 55 fireball in about 3 or 4 minutes. Yeah, that's about where. It's kind of funny though. When you remove like 4 of Spiritborn's like best builds or whatever, the balance ironically is a lot closer. It's not good. It's not great still, but it's a lot closer than we realize. Necros would be like the second best class at that point, but or would be not second best class, but like Necros would be very like on par with the other Spiritborn builds at that point. But the balance would be a lot closer than what it is right now. It depends on what you consider a build. Yeah, I guess that is true, Lucky. That's true. Yeah, you can pretty much make any core skill do things that it probably wouldn't otherwise. I guess for for players that might be the fun part. Cause it's like they can kind of do, like players can kind of, I'm gonna say experiment, but like do other core skills or whatever and feel like they can still be really effective because it's kind of like universal. Real fixes one Paragon board node and balance will be restored. That you can give me a GA Dex amulet. What else is on that amulet, Eric? That's the real question. I think the new class is meant to be broken. I don't ever really buy that reasoning. I think they obviously Blizzard wouldn't have mind Spiritborn being stronger than the other classes, sure. Like I think that is the intent. I'm sure. Being 50 tier levels above anyone else is not the intent. That wasn't supposed to be the case. But it is. So I guess we can just use these pants here. Although crowd control duration is not what I really want here. I guess for rapid fire, I probably want another thing. How many tippers do I have left on here? 5 out of 6. Like I'm gonna mess up these pants, but that's okay. We got yeah, we'll take it. Because I will be using Shadow Imbuement as well, so I guess that'll be fine for that. Improvement. Yeah, I think that's it. Just got a masterwork. What will it be? I'm gonna have to settle for some pretty mediocre masterworks, but we're gonna do it. There's my scoundrels. This. It's actually quite decent. Obviously, it's only one GA, but it's on the right one, so it works. It works. Was supposed to be 5 levels higher. Silly Blizzard. They added a 0 again. But Shadow says, "Good news. Wearing a Yin's blessing, then using dancing knives, enter cooldown, then pressing abuse skills. Finally, you can auto knife dancing and core skills at the same time." Yeah, that's a bug, and that's gonna be fixed like this week probably or next. So I would not rely on that. Just saying. And then our critical strike damage. Actually, you know what? It's also the worst one too. I actually want the other crit damage. I actually want the ranks to rapid fire, but I have so many plus core skills though that like it starts to get watered down. So even if I don't get it, it's okay. Yeah, we'll set up for this. This is fine. Where we go? We'll go with this. I do want to crit on whatchamacallit though, the crit damage though. That's gonna be massive. Oof. Crit damage, there you go. Got 34 GA attack speed and rapid fire I went for free. Sure. If you want to give it away, sure. I'll take it. Hello, I have Heartseeker. I have my Heartseeker. I have up my Heartseeker and it's always uses that pit 80 0 DPS. Are you like fully decked out and everything? Like, do you have everything? Like everything? I mean, you're gonna hit a wall at some point. You'll be decked out, and then you'll say the same thing at like 90 or 95. You'll say the same thing. Like at some point, you're going to hit a wall. But it just depends on your what your gear level is. I could tell you that on Heartseeker, I think the highest I've done on anything has been like 80. I haven't like done any pushing or anything. I think 80 is where I stopped at in terms of what would feel good for speed farming. And for Heartseeker, I think it took me like what was it, 7? Well, no, actually no, sorry. About 8 or 9 minutes to do the 80 consistently. So obviously I wouldn't speed farm 80s with Heartseeker, but I had no problems clearing with Heartseeker, and my gear wasn't fleshed out yet. It's decent. It was decent for Heartseeker, but I got room to grow. But it's not a build that I probably would like continuously push with though. 70-75 Heartseeker 3-minute clear. Well, there's no way that you deal 0 damage 5 tiers higher than that. Now 5 tiers higher is definitely like a big chunk, yes, but you can't go from 3-minute 75s and then not being able to clear 80. That's not possible. Like, that's just legit not possible unless you just purposely are choosing not to clear. How far behind Spiritborn are we? Every class is about 40 to 50 tiers behind Spiritborn. I'm not exaggerating, by the way. I'm just saying. Yeah, perfect stuff in 250 Paragon. Still fits the fit glove 4 GA. 270. I mean, not bad, but 270 is kind of meh. That's not. You said perfect gear, and you just put up some like 270. I mean, at some point, yeah, Yeeps, you're gonna run into a wall. You're gonna have to start fishing. Like I say, like around 80, like pit 85 roughly is probably where you're gonna have to start fishing on Heartseeker. Like you're gonna have to like really get good situations or whatever. I think most rogue builds are kind of in that similar situation, except maybe rapid fire. Well, I'd say for Barrage is probably around 90 is where you have to probably start like fishing a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what more you really want from Rogue at the moment. Rogue is just not. I mean, I'm not saying that Rogue is not. I mean, most classes and builds are kind of roughly around that echelon, anyways. But if you're thinking about, oh, well, my Spiritborn friend is doing this, well, then yeah, there's no comparison. So, best Rogue build for pits probably rapid fire. Rapid fire just has the best scaling. You okay? Heartseeker uses that pit at 80. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm a nice guy, but if you're going to refuse to listen to anything I say, then I can't help you. If I'm telling you I'm doing 80s in like 8 to 9 minutes consistently on Heartseeker without perfect gear on 80s, that's obviously not 0 damage. And it's not that I'm okay with that being the case on Heartseeker. I can't sit there and go in the game and change numbers and make Heartseeker stronger in terms of just buffing numbers. I can't do that. So I don't know what this whole "am I okay with this" thing is even coming from. What do you expect from me, sir? Like, I don't understand what do you expect from me to say or do? I mean, do you want me to message the devs right now and say, hey, there's a guy in my chat that says Heartseeker deals 0 damage at 80. Please fix. Do you want me to do that? Because then I could probably send a message. I can't guarantee anything will change, but I can send a message. You think Andari will be potent this season? Not on the Rogue. I'll put it that way. Apparently there's some Andariel shenanigans on Spiritborn, but not on Rogue. Would you get Starless Guys or Helm if I had to choose? Depends. It depends on the build. Yeah, get Colin on the line. Colin on the line. If you want, you can expect me, but the problem is not my Gary Paragon. You just need to up. Well, I mean, I think I think, but that's a general thing, I guess. But again, I don't really know what else you want me to do with that. Like you said, if anything is self for billions, the answer is probably that Spiritborn is using it. Yep. What do you think they'll nerf on Spiritborn? Anything that causes performance issues of the game. I think that is priority. Personally, Spiritborn being as strong as they are doesn't personally bother me. Like, I'm not insecure. I'm not pissed or anything. Like, I'll play Rogue. I'll have fun on my Rogue. It's totally okay. Like, if I want to feel super strong, I'll make a Spiritborn. But I'm not upset that they are that strong because it doesn't really impact me. However, what I will say is that it does impact me when I'm in Helltide and there's a bunch of Spiritborn players doing evade build and it prevents me from being able to actually play Helltide. That's when I have a problem with it. That's where I'm just kind of like, all right, nah, man, we gotta do something. I mean, I want balance. Don't get me wrong. I mean, balance would be nice per se, right? But I'm not going to be the guy on the forum that's like going to sit there and send death threats to devs because one class is stronger than another. Like, that's just never going to be me, right? But I do think that in terms of what's probably going to get hit, I think Evade is going to get hit first, just because it's causing issues with it. It literally affects other players. And when that happens, Blizzard has to take action. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks about it. Literally, Blizzard has to take action. I just came back from D4 after taking a break. I always made Rogue. I don't really want to be a meta slave. Does Rogue handle T4 and all in-game content at a decent level? Yeah, it does. Heartseeker, Barrage, Rapid Fire, Dance of Knives, they all do T4 pretty easily and comfortably. Do you think every class should be able should at least be able to do Pit 100 without having to have perfect min-max gear?
Dark Side.
Sure. Yeah.
We just got raided, son.
Ciroc with the
You know
raid.
how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Got cheesy. Ow.
Sarah
What is this,
rated
Sarah?
my stream with 14 views.
I like Riptide's answer. I think everyone should be able to get T100 glyphs. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much probably the baseline. Yeah, that's probably the best answer. Without parting with Spiritborn, yeah, best. That's the best answer. Yeah. Sorry if I asked you that, but if I asked you stuff that you already mentioned, but which rogue spec would you say is the best range one? Rogues don't really have range builds. It probably sounds stupid to say that, but honestly, I'm not kidding. Heartseeker is probably the closest thing to range you're gonna get. Rapid fire, you can kind of play range, but you're gonna end up in melee range if you're gonna want to do like some pit pushing eventually. Heartseeker is probably your best bet if you want to play like a long range archer build. Non-OP Flurry is also doing well on T4, no issue. Okay. Good to know. Are you building towards OP Flurry though? And the rapid fire rogue build is specifically the combination dagger. When you mash the word, do you want to roll attack speed? Yes. Oof. Actually really want to crit damage. I don't feel like remaster. I don't feel like redoing it because I really don't have the mats. So we'll keep it that way. That's fine. Because like when I make a rapid fire video, you'll see kind of like my not GG Masterworks, and I think that'll go over better anyway. And then later on, I'll fix the Masterworks. 6 shades, thank you. I might just leave it at 2. I think I might just leave most of mine at like 8 out of 12. I guess I don't have a lot of mats. So I'll just take decent ones. Yeah, that's fine. We'll keep it there. You see new build. I mean, this is rapid fire. Or I'm about to put together rapid fire. Oh, you mean Dance of Knives? Yeah, I know about Dance of Knives. It'd be very embarrassing as a real content creator to not know about Dance of Knives. I'd really be questioning why you guys would be like literally watching me if I was not aware of Dance of Knives. It's like this dude, I swear. 42, 24. It's kind of bad. It's just such a low roll on the marksman projectiles chance. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna have to change the thing then. I thought I was gonna have a higher roll on that, but that's okay. How many temperance do I have left on here? It's 2 out of 8. All right, so we're gonna have to go core. I actually didn't even think about that until I saw the whatchamacallit. All right, I better get it. All right, there we go. I can change it back because I have 7. I'm gonna have to do that for now. Okay. I could remaster work this and get to core skills, but I'm not gonna do that because I play this. I use this ring for 2 other builds, and I don't feel like doing it. I guess we're okay with everything else. What's my Call the Nameless look like? You see video Barrage dance. Trillion DPS. Oh, you talking about with the Yin's? Are you talking about with the Yin's blessing thing or whatever? I have some mats. I'm just not like I haven't been like grinding for mats, so like I'm not swimming in it. And therefore, I can't like be picky with my masterworks as much. But that's okay. How do you get Tribute of Ascendance? I don't. I mean, I don't know if you can target it. It just drops. Or Ancestrals just RNG drops. Pretty much, yes. What would I say is a good in-game rogue build? You have several. Dance of Knives, Barrage, Rapid Fire, Heartseeker, Flurry. Just as long as you're not comparing yourself to Spiritborn. Those 5s will be able to do T4 just fine. The cafeterias might as a rogue. I said I need a met room. Do you know the best spot to farm those? Bosses. Which build would you guys recommend to level that transition well into Heartseeker? I don't know if there's like a really good transition, honestly. It's just you level with one build and then you start saving gear for another. Transition can't really say that there's a good transition build into it because there's really no like early game victimized setups, if that makes sense. Has anyone seen Barbarians this season? I've heard of them. I've heard about them. I'll put it that way. I've heard that it's a thing, but I have not seen many barbarians. Okay, we'll do this. Then so I don't need innovation ranks. Second one is iffy. Do I want to do cold clip though? But that'll give me an increased crit chance. I'll be able to make sure I do a 3-to-1 ratio. Probably not ideal, but with my gear level, I think that works. Oh, that's right. That comes from my Skyhunter. I'm like, why do I have 3 points into this? I don't want 3 points into that. I was like, oh yeah, Skyhunter gives me that. It's a derp moment. I guess we can throw that there. I'm sure I probably had some stuff like in here or whatever, but I think we'll be fine. All right, now it's just Paragon board. I might just reset the whole thing. Just pull out my planner real quick. Level was Starlight Flurry aspect until Heartseeker. Now Starlight got nerfed a bit, so it's not nearly as good as it wasn't one. I saw a barbarian when I was scrolling past it to pick a spirit born. Oh man. I actually think there might be more rogues than barbarians actually. Which is actually quite funny. Hold on a sec. Rapid fire. On. How do I do this without covering my YouTube chat? There we go. It's up a little bit more. There we go. Here, now I can see it. All right. So actually, why did I even go this way? Took the maximum. I think I did it to the maximum life though. Already starting out pretty bad on my Paragon point allocation, but that's okay. Doesn't have to be perfect. Can he flop you right there, sir? More pick up some stuff. This Northward Spiritborn is not real. He can't. That sounds very much like Northward. Is it a try Barrage? That's his Barrage build. Pretty awesome. I think Barrage is probably the safest bet right now on Rogue. Like it's probably the if I had to suggest like a good overall build, like probably the best overall build in terms of fun factor, ease of use, effectiveness, speed farming, pushing, or whatever. I think Barrage is probably your best bet right now. If we're highlighting all those things, if that makes sense. Like it's not necessarily like the best at one thing, but it's like probably the best overall, most comfortable overall setup. I guess I might skip that part though. Like I would say rapid fire is a better pit pusher. And Dancing Knives is a better speed farmer. But not by much. Like they're like a little bit better than Barrage in both of those aspects, but Barrage can do both of those. Whereas Dancing Knives is a horrible, I won't say horrible, but pretty bad pit pusher. Rapid Fire is not a great speed farmer. Although I guess you can kind of make rapid fire good for speed farming. But you have to try. You have to be really sweaty, try hard for that. Did I buy Odin skin? I did, but since I don't really play any melee related builds right now, then the skin doesn't really make too much sense. Yeah. Like it looks cool on like close builds or whatever, but not like ranged builds. Builds that actually use like, you know, swords or daggers. But I bought it though, because it's cool. Why is that not connected? Oh no, it is connected. Okay. I guess I thought this was. I was like, I was looking at this. I'm like, why is it not connected? And I'm like, oh, they just screwed up Paragon, 4 points or whatever. Actually, wait a minute. Where am I going? I can't even see what I'm doing. Straight over, 2 down, 1 across, 1 down, 2 down. No, wait a minute. What? I can't see my own thing. All right, let me. What is that? So it's 2 across, 2 down, 1, 3 down. I put combat here. Yeah, I guess we'll go like this. I'm picking up here. Is it armor? Max life, I guess. That's fine. Not gonna go north. Looks about right. Okay. Then we're gonna go down and take cunning stratagem. He switched from dance knives to your barrage build. Night and day difference in the end game. It's definitely easier to perform for sure. It's definitely easier to get results from. It's just it's an easy build to play. You help. What does this says? Rekindle the wanderer's shrine from a stronghold. I can remember what that was. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Share fluidity. Appreciate the follow. Down here, straight here. Got whatever is here. I guess it's maximum life. Yeah. Actually, I might not take that. We'll see. Because I might not have the points. Well, that's actually a lot of life, though. So I might just remove this then. This isn't the I'm so used to hearing Weird Al's version. I forgot that this is a thing. So we'll go this way because we don't need to pick up that, so we can just get some life here, I guess. There you go. So that gives me 66 points to play with going north. The trade. Bruno was going, hope you're doing well. Gotta pretend I had minutes before I drop a sad face and sat. So explain this. My 6-hour old Spiritborn random thrift shot gear, no glyphs out damaging your 100. Plus our min max lightning spirit sword about 15x, bro. Yep, pretty much. The difference between Spiritborn and every other class is so drastic. It's like not even. It's like you're playing. It's like you're playing a different game than the Spiritborn players are. What am I looking at? That's not how that's supposed to go. Goes here, devious. That'd be nice to have, but I don't think I got the points for that, so we'll go.
Yo, dark side.
Evil
We
A
just
with the
got
raid.
raided, son. You know how we do. Drop
What
my
is
new
happening?
beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What is happening?
Evilaya raided my stream with 96 viewers.
How's it going? How's it going? We are swapping builds. We're in the process of swapping builds because Rapid Fire is next on the agenda to play. So that's what I want to do. I don't have enough decks for the damage reduction, really. Can't believe the game just says I don't have enough decks. Lies. Alright. And then we'll come in and take some close damage reduction or whatever. Might as well because it's right there. Pick up some maximum life stuff now. So I have everything else I need. And that's about it, right? 60. Actually, you know what? No, let's not do that. That's not the dark side, you guys know. I don't take max life stuff. Alright, let's look at what else I could fill into. Or how many points I have. I have 9 points left, so I guess the only thing I really can fill at the moment is probably yeah, basically either fluidity or devious. Just fill in dex slots. So which one do I want to do first? That's gonna be easiest to fill. The amount of points I have left. Probably cunning stratagem, okay. So here. Pick up dex, X, 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 X. Dex. Sure, why not? I think that is it. Fluidity, candy, combat control, devious. All right. I think we're about ready. Yeah, good night, have a good stream. Thank you, thank you. You have a good one. I'm pretty sure you're tired. Wade Wilson said, "Hey, Diablo, so good to see you. Hope you're nice, great so far." It's been pretty decent. I haven't actually done anything. Yeah, I did some boss rotas or whatever, but past that point, I haven't done anything like that matters. What did I have on my? Trying to think of. I shouldn't have forgot this. Like I play so much rapid fire in general that I should know where I put my stuff at. Okay, so retribution on the amulet. Yeah, that's all I need to know. Right. Heck. Expectant. Repeating. Probably should be repeating on the amulet actually for speed farming content. Oh yeah, because I'm using Starless. I don't have place for cold clip. I don't need it, but I guess we are just gonna try the Starless guys for now. All right, see if I can remember what I'm doing on rapid fire. Specializations, combo points. And life is 3,200. Okay, it's not that great, but that's fine. I think I purposely did that. Who's gonna win the NBA championships this year? You feel like if everyone stays healthy, it's gonna be super competitive in both conferences. I agree, but let's be realistic. Do you really think? Do you really think all the teams are gonna actually stay healthy though? I mean, already Paul George is hurt, so just saying. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard to imagine any season without injuries. Oh wait, I forgot something. I forgot something. Don't attack me. Leave me alone. Really screwed. Yeah. I mean, and of course there's Joel and B, right? So we all know how he is. Wait, what's my ping? Okay, yeah, 122. Yeah, all right. I think I'm in someone else's game still. So let's kicking up Barrage Victimizer smashing, right? Oh yeah, yeah. Barrage Victimizer is doing good. Do you guys delete your old characters? Yeah. I don't ever really play Inferno or Eternal, sorry. So I don't even like keep any of my old gear. All right, there you go. Much better latency. I couldn't stutter step. And that's bad news. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Can't believe I died to that. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot my runes. Like, that explains why I don't have any Dark Shroud stuff. Whoops. I know I was forgetting something. How long have I been playing Diablo? It's just Diablo 3. I didn't play any D2. I'm actually kind of newer to the action RPG genre, kind of. I'd say like 12 years ago, obviously, for D3, but yeah, I wasn't one of the original ones that's been playing since like the start. I was more of a RTS gamer and fighting game player. I might have to go this because I don't have like the greatest rolls. Because I might be forced to do 4 to 1. I don't want to do that. Let's go by the key over shed. Your belly button is just your old mouth until we meet again. That's a lot to unpack there, sir. You know, thinking about it. Actually, what I have for runes here. Yeah, that's the reason why I wouldn't get no Dark Shroud right there. Let's throw, what is it? Money? And then we're going to do... I'm kind of going to do this one. I'll see how I feel about that. Isn't there planners for specific mythics now? Yeah. Well, yeah, we do have planners for, I'm gonna say specific mythos, but like we have like, we have the basic planner, like the starter planner, and we have the ancestral, and then we have the mythic planner, or the planner with the mythics. But there's not like a, you know, you get this mythic, you can now make an entire build out of it kind of thing. Like not like that type of stuff. There aren't that many items in the game that warrant such a thing. I can't even put any combo points. I should have been gonna pick up this whisper over here.